Good evening, everybody. Cobalt here. How is everybody doing today? I hope everybody is doing well. I am doing alright. I'm honestly feeling a little bit nervous today. I don't know why. Maybe it's just the first time doing software development on stream. But, you know, I'm sure we'll figure it out. I'm sure things will go well. But yeah, I hope everyone is doing well today. Welcome to our first Software Development Saturday. This will probably end up being a thing. I'm not sure how consistent we will be on this, but, you know, every once in a while we will definitely do something like this. But I suppose I should talk a little bit about what we are going to be doing today. Our project today is something that I've tentatively been calling TwitchQuickPoll. And what I mean by that is, hey, sometimes when you are streaming, like say doing a Hades stream where you want chat to decide what you do, when you do it, you know, make those decisions, you need to run polls. And unfortunately, you know, running a poll from the web front end is easy enough, right? You go to your dashboard and then you click manage poll. And then it can show you what your last poll results are, or you can start a new poll. But it doesn't let you select from pre-built polls, which can be a bit of a problem when you are constantly running basically pre-built polls over and over and over again in rapid succession. So what I'm hoping that we can do today is at least get started on putting together a little bit of a console app that will let you feed in your question, some possible answers, if you want to run, if you want to accept points for additional votes, all of that sort of stuff, and then hopefully that will let streamers, you know, hotkey a command. You can pre-build the poll command, hotkey it, and then you know, you can just press a button on your smart keyboard, on your Steam Deck, on whatever, Stream Deck, there we go, and just instantly run that poll. We'll also probably take a look at doing some things like retrieving the results of a poll in a image, so you can, if you're making, say, a YouTube video out of a run or something like that, you would then be able to have some nice images to go with it. Again, I'm not sure how far we're going to get today. This isn't going to be a crazy long stream like last night. We're just going to be working on a little bit of this and that. Again, this isn't that complicated. It's my first time doing development on stream. So, you know, it's fine. We'll go with it. But I think first thing we probably want to look at today is our Twitch API. Where is it? Here's the Twitch developer. Here's the Twitch developer page. And please let me know if things are too small. I did bump the sizes. At least I think I did. Let me just double check what that size is. 150, yeah, that's fine. So if we switch over to our browser, we can unhide that. So this is the developer doc for the polls, right? Great way for broadcasters to get feedback from their community, exactly. What games to play, what they play next. So you can start a poll at any time, but may only run one poll at a time. Moderators or editors can create or manage broadcasters poll. That's cool. Available to partners and affiliates only. I mean, there's nothing we can do about that. So if we look at the docs, there is a create poll call that we can make. There is an end poll call that we can make. We can get the current state of a given poll. And we can get all historical polls over the last 90 days. Neko Neko, how are you doing this fine evening? I hope you are doing well. I'm just chatting a little bit about what we're going to be doing today, and we're going to be making a console app that will make it easier to work with polls. Something that I find interesting is if you actually look at this documentation, actually, you know what, just to make life easier, for anybody who wants it, here's the link to the developer documents for polls. Please, if I'm looking at something and you want to look at it, just yell at me and I'll throw the link in the chat. So the interesting thing is that we can get polls, and we can get all of these polls for the last 90 days. The fun thing with that is that there is not a way, as far as I can tell, to do that from the web front end. For example, if we go to our manage poll on Twitch itself, there's view results, which will say, hey, let's just drag that over there. So like this is view results, right? We can see our last poll. There's no way to see any other historical polls. That information isn't available to us, even though it apparently will come back from the API. So that is interesting. So we're gonna have to do that as well, probably. First thing we're gonna focus on is, hey, run a poll, get the data back from the poll, output some stuff. And fortunately for us, you know, I am going to be writing this in C# in .NET Core 8. I've got this little thing set up, but fortunately for us, there is a NuGet package for interacting with all of this stuff. So we're going to be taking a look at using TwitchLib today, and hopefully that will be good. All right, let's switch back to Visual Studio. Hide. All right. So right now we just have this basic console app that I've created. I have, you know, haven't done anything with it yet. But there's, I think, a few things that we are actually going to want to do first here. Just, I don't often work with console apps, so we'll have to play around with this a little bit, but, a few things we're going to want to do first. One of which is we are going to need to store some information, specifically our client ID and access code, I believe, is what we're going to need for TwitchLib. Yeah, client ID and access code. Now, granted, you know, they would normally want you to store that in something like, say, Azure Key Vault, right? But this is just a little app that we're going to run on the local PC, so I am not going to do the best practice here, and we're just going to store it in an app config for those two keys. Listen, if somebody has hacked my machine and all they want to do is run polls on my Twitch account, well, I think that's probably the best possible outcome of that scenario. You know, it does make me kind of sad, but as far as I know, there isn't really a standardized way to access like a key vault. I don't think Windows has one, like a built-in keyring, key vault thing. I know Mac does, and I'm pretty sure Linux has one as well. But so in this case, just we're gonna store it in an app config, I think. So we've probably got a few things. You might notice I have a few tabs open already. We'll probably have to look some stuff up later, but whatever. We're gonna want to use the options pattern, except which is the... To pull that from the app config. Is it configuration? Yes, we want to install a few NuGet packages first, one of which is going to be Microsoft Extensions Hosting. So let's do that. NuGet packages, manage NuGet packages. Browse Microsoft.extensions.hosting. Is what we're gonna need. And I think how we're probably gonna end up doing this is we're gonna build things in program, and then we will split them out. We'll make the architecture a little bit better as we go. Wow, there's a lot of dependencies in this, but you know, whatever. This has had 2 billion downloads. That's fun. What's the official one? Are these different? Oh, that's abstractions. I think we want the full one. So let's install the latest stable version of that. And watch, it's going to complain at us. Yeah, that's fine. Apply all these changes. So we should see that. That should be installed. Excellent. Oh, and actually, just to show off what we have right now, for purposes of you guys seeing things, if we just run our debugger right now, it's going to yell at us, and hey, you can see our little Hello World console app. It's so beautiful, isn't it? Okay, so we have that. So, how we want to do this is we want to start building with the iHosting, create application, build all of that. I think we can set it up so it will pull in our app settings. But again, this is something that I don't normally do, so I will have to look through the documents a bit as we're doing this. Guys, I don't know, maybe I'm just a bad software development, but the secret to software development is always having a million tabs open to figure out how you're supposed to be doing things. At least that's the secret to how I do it. Okay, so let's try this. What is it? iHost? iHost. Host. Oh, do you have to actually do a using? Host equals host dot create application builder args dot build, and then we should have something that is host dot run, and there should be a host dot end as well, I believe. Is it dispose? Dispose is the one we want. Okay. And then as we're building this, I think we can do some stuff like host dot... What options do we have here? Nope, that's not the option we want. What is the option that we want here? Configuration builder. I feel like there's a way we do this. Oh, and these are supposed to be run async, shouldn't they? Let's fix that. Run async. Oh, wait. Probably should have actually looked up how to do this a little bit more before I dispose async. Is there no async version of dispose? Is it just dispose? Hold on. Oh, is it start and stop? Oh, that's what it is. I know what I'm doing, totally. Start. Hey, Eccentric. Congratulations on the first. How are you doing today? Stop async. Okay. Adding to this. Hey, Will. Congratulations on the second. Thanks for the stretch and hydrate. Doing alright? That's good to hear. As always, if you guys want to join in and be happy and healthy together, please feel free. If not, that's fine too. Let's stretch up. Oh. Yeah. Let's stretch to the side. Let's stretch to the other side. And let's stretch forward. I think probably the most annoying thing for this is going to be getting everything set up in the first place. Oh well. Let's stretch the left arm over the body. And let's stretch the right arm over the body. And let's rotate those shoulders. 1, 2, 3. And let's rotate the neck. 1, 2, 3. And let's shake out those legs. Do 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 do. 1, 2, 3. Then let's hydrate. There we go. Stretch complete. Hydrate complete. Congratulations on the third layer. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. Feeling under the weather? Literally just got on PC to cancel stream and then go back to bed. Good luck with coin day. I'm so sorry to hear that, Will. I hope that you have a good sleep and that you feel better soon. Okay, I feel like there's got to be a way to pull this in. Because a lot of this is like based on the web one. Oh, let's not do that. And where are we? Oh, that's fine. That's okay. Building. Let's do this. .NET. Host. Load. App settings. .json. What do they want to do this? They want to do configuration builder. Do we have the set base path here? Environment is... How's developing going? I mean, it's going slowly so far, but that's because we're setting up all of this. Host is not null here, that's fine. It's task, async task, I believe is what the version is here. Async, no? Is it just task? What does it want us to fix? Make method async. That's what I was gonna do, and then it was complaining about that. Oh, stop async. I guess we need to await that as well. Okay, so create application builder. Following defaults. How do we add more here? This is C#, yes. Yes, this is .NET. Unfortunately, I don't often write console apps, so it's like, oh, a lot of this stuff, I'm so used to it just being auto-populated when you set up like a new web page or whatever. The args come in. Hold on, we load the host. Oh, it just does it by default, I think. Okay. So... that's good. So if we go and we add a new... where are we? I never remember this. Add new item. Show all templates, please. Thank you. And let's just do JSON. JSON. Sure. And we'll call this app settings. I don't know why it doesn't give me an app settings.json by default, but whatever. No. Okay, let's call this TwitchQuickPoll settings. I don't think I like how that... There we go. It should be like this. And... there we go. And let's just make value 1 is 1. Value 2 is... there we go. Thank you. 2. So we have this, and then we're going to make a little class here. I'd help, but you're probably more familiar with C# than I am. C# is my day job, which probably has everybody here going, Cobalt, you make money doing this? And it's like, listen, guys, I've tricked them into it, you know? They haven't figured it out yet. Please don't tell. But no, if you see anything, if you have any comments, if you're like, Cobalt, you genius, why aren't you doing this? Please just yell at me. So we're gonna make a new class here. Add new item class, and we'll call this TwitchQuickPoll settings. There we go. And let's make that a public class. And let's say, yeah, sure, public string value 1. Come on, value 1. There we go. Public. There you go. It knows what I want. So we have this, and then there should be a way to bind. No, we don't need any of this. These aren't actually what we're doing. I just want to make sure we are loading things here. Hey, Avatar. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. Literally the same. I mean, hey, you know, every year I'm like, okay, you know, it's time for review. They're finally gonna figure out, and they're like, no, Cobalt, you're doing great. And I'm like, oh, okay. Listen, I think I'll be more comfortable once we have all of this loading stuff set up, because I don't normally do it. So it's like, let's double check how this works. Literally learned how to code. I know. You know, you gotta have that one skill that they will let you make money off of, right? At least a little bit. Okay. Same with me, but for electrical work. Oh yeah, you're doing peachy, really? I mean, hey, I think our worst critics are always ourselves. I think that's how we go. Let's go back to the option pattern. And where do I need to bind that? Here, let's just Here's the browser. I'm looking at the option pattern stuff. Configuration binder get. Okay. So there should be something in here where we actually show where we're doing this option pattern. And basically what this is that we load the settings from our appsettings.json file into a class that we can then just read. Where is it? Where are we binding this? Configure position options, and then we get the section. So let's just take a look at this one for a sec. Build, config, get section. Alright. So I want to use iOptions here. And it's always setting this up is a bit of a pain. Let's just swap back to Visual Studio for a second. No. No? Oh. There we go. Dependency injection container. So I want to add this as iOptions. The language I decided to put like 10 years into learning was the one that almost nobody uses professionally. Oh, which one are you using, liar? I suppose like at least some of the skill is cross-compatible, right? Host.services.add. Do I have to just get it here? I can't. Do I have to register this? I never remember how this works. There's no add here. GML, which is exclusively for GameMaker. Ah, fair enough. I mean, hey, at least you have that skill if you want to start making games, right? It's get service. Can I just grab iOptions here? No, I have to register iOptions. Create application builder. What's the option for registering it? Environment name is developer. Do I have anything before build that I can register? Dot configuration. What are our options here? Configure container. Huh. Certainly trying. Well, hey, that's all that they can ask, right? All anybody can ask. Configuration builder, options pattern. How do I do this? Options pattern. Configuration get section. Get section, here we go. And then we say, where is this? Configure, or is configure a different one? The string is key. Okay, so if we throw this in here and we say we want our key to be TwitchQuickPoll settings, does that? No setting for build. Create application builder. Oh, do I just have to then go host.build? I bet that's what it wants. Host.build. Is it cool with that? It is not cool with that. What does it want me to do? I have no idea. It just wants me to get rid of everything. It's like, listen, go to the old historical configuration. Okay, so that doesn't work. Found after the first couple programming languages one learns, they're mostly similar and intuitive in most ways. Avatar is completely right there. Okay, so we build that. What options do I have on host? Do I have host dot Create application builder. What do I need to take in before we only can be called once? From the builder, can I call configuration before we create it then? Create default builder. How do I... If they're modern, if they're 60-year-old, then you're out of luck. Yeah. Everything basically works similarly nowadays. Following defaults. How do I set these other ones though? Services, like configuration. I would like... Oh, we just get it. Okay, configure container. What am I... Yeah. Found the same thing. Was a lot easier learning some Python after learning GML. Ultimately, logic still same, but different syntax. Exactly. Exactly. And hey, good on you for learning Python. Builder. Oh, can I do this then? Dot services. Dot add. Is this what we want? They want a dot configure here. Dot services dot configure. No, dot add. Not like I don't have to Google syntax for C# every once in a while. Exactly. Here I am just being like, we're gonna figure out how to build this host. And it's like, wow, I really should have looked this up before I started stream. Okay, let's go back to this. We build this. Binding. Are we gonna get something here? Basic example. Do I have to build it first and then pass it in? Basic example with hosting. Okay, give me something. Configuration config. Host services get required. Oh. Shenanigans. Options pattern. Create builder. So let's just check what I have host. Host builder. Okay, what if we just take a look at this way? Host builder equals new host builder. And what do we have with host builder? No, host builder. This one. Configure app configuration. Configure login, configure services. Maybe I should learn COBOL, language most banking software still uses, but very few people know anymore. Yeah, I don't know. I know I was always told that in university. It's like, oh, like, you know, if you know this, it will be a thing. But I have no idea how true that is. Can we return an iHost? Builder.services.configure. So what is coming in as args? Does it actually just want the string args? It does. The initialized host application builder. Okay. Host dot... What options? We have services here. Is there no services dot add? Nope. Register services. Oh yeah, I think using the okay, I see. I think. Yes, we want to do this differently. We actually do want to be using host builder here, I think. Host builder. Host builder.build. And then that should return our host, our iHost. So this is how we should be doing it, I think. This is, so now if we go host builder dot, where is this? Dot services dot configure. Yeah, this'll do what we want. This is what we want. This is what I found. Host, create default builder, configure services, contacts. Oh, and then build it in there. Okay, that's reasonable. Add database context. Really formatted it horribly. Yeah. Host builder. Let's just try this and we'll see what we get. Oh, does it want dot services? Dot configure services? How dare you? Var builder, create builder. Oh, is this web application? Ah. Host builder, okay. So let's try this. Host.create default builder. What does this return? This returns an iHost builder. Yeah, var. There. Who cares about the typing when we can just say it's a variable type? Although I don't actually like using var. I like explicitly declaring what we have. So then if we go host builder dot configure services. Alright. It wants us to add services. We don't actually have any services right now though. So let's go back here and let's go services.configure. Let's see if that host builder services configure services. Actually, hold on. And then it's a collection here. What else do we have? The context, host builder context. If I just say context, will it? No, it doesn't know what that is, of course. Ugh. Ow. Hold on. Let's look at this. Settings file. Builder is a new configuration builder. Do I have to build it this way and then... Startup, startup is new startup. Okay, just for this, let's try and see if this does what we want. I'm curious. Let's grab this bit of code here. Because technically I'm not injecting anything right now, so let's but then I'm gonna want I options anyway, so comment everything out. We're figuring things out right now, right? It's fine. Oh, it seems to know what all that is. That's fine. What are we getting here? App settings JSON. That's all fine. We're gonna get section TwitchQuickPoll settings. That's fine. TwitchQuickPoll settings, TwitchQuickPoll settings. And what does this actually return? It returns the eye configuration. So if we go... Where's the bit with eye options? This is... The builder is... var app equals builder.build. So we can just inject eye options at some point and we will get that data back. Hold on. Var config. Result. So what are we actually getting back here? We're getting this back. If I run this, do I actually get anything back? Let's take a peek. F5. Apparently is not happy with that. Blows up. Configuration app settings.json was not found. Okay. Interesting. Expected physical path. Oh, do I have to have it write it out? That's probably what's happening. Let's see. Let's make sure that properties, build action, copied out the directory. That's the one we want. Copy always, or copy if newer. So now if we do this, will it run? Let's see. All right, and if we look at our result here, there we go. We've got our values. So that is good. We can just go with that for right now. So what I'm actually going to do is... let's kill all of this for the moment. We'll come back to that when we actually need to start injecting things. Let's just call this, I don't know, app settings for the moment. Okay. And I'm actually going to do something here. We're going to copy app settings. We're going to paste that, and we're going to make our copy app settings dot... actually, no, we're not going to do that right now. Sorry. Let's fix things up first, and then we will. I'm surprised it let me do that. There we go. So we are going to swap things around in here. Where are we? What is the thing? What does it want? For TwitchLib, we're gonna need client ID and access token. So let's change the name of the game here. When the ID lets you do something, sleep with one eye open, exactly. And access token. And then we'll go in here and we'll switch this to client ID and access token. I know this isn't the best way to do this. I'm sure the best way is like, hey, store this in Azure Key Vault, but you know what, we're gonna run this locally. And like I said earlier, if you hack my PC and grab my client ID and access token and want to make polls on my Twitch account, if that's the worst thing you want to do, listen, that is fine. That's okay. I don't have a problem with that. Yes, we're gonna make this, and let's just say, I never remember what it is. The client ID for the, what's it called? I never remember what it's called in here. For our developer application that you are using to interact with Twitch through. The access token you are using to make the API call. Would be pretty funny. It would. Alright. Let's empty these out. Let's empty these out. Let's save that. And let's hop back here for the moment. And we're gonna copy this. And we're gonna make this one .original or .json.orig. And then we're also gonna go here, and I'm just gonna go into my Git extensions because I'm a basic bitch who doesn't like using the command line for Git. I'm sorry, guys. App settings, and I'm gonna say add file to git ignore. Source TwitchQuickPoll app settings.json. Yes, ignore that. And we're gonna just check this in because I like checking things in. And let's just say added basic app settings, retrieve values, add basic app settings file, and ability to read values from app settings. Commit and push. And it's gonna run the pipeline that we have. It's just basic pipeline, but whatever. There we go. The power users will see that you for not being a command line purist, but I will not. Okay. Do you use anything in particular for your Git there, Avatar? I like Git extensions, mainly because it was the first system like that I ever used, and I'm like, it works well enough. Okay. So, while we're here, let's just make a few notes about what we're gonna want. Let's just say to do clean this up later, build it better. GitHub desktop, but I forced myself to use the command line because of the challenge. That's fair. My thing is like, okay, if I need to use it via command line, I'm okay. Just look up what the command is, right? I feel like there's the, I've seen the joke of like, there's the safety card of how to use Git, and it's like, okay, if you want to grab something, use this one. If you want to push something, use this one. If it's blown up, then run this command and pray. So we are going to, what are we all going to do here? What do we want to, what are our options? We want create poll. We want retrieve information from polls. Maybe retrieve list of historical polls. To do a lot of Googling when I do it. I mean, hey, you know what? That's all software development, I find. To do retrieve list of all available historical polls. To do retrieve image for most recent poll. I still haven't learned Git. I've just been backing up everything manually. It's actually not that complicated, Liar. I would say just, you know, set up like a GitHub or a GitLab account, install one of the graphical user interfaces for it, like Git extensions, and then just start playing with it. It's really not that complicated. Let's kill that. We're also gonna need to do validation, create poll. We're gonna want pass in question from command line, pass in possible answers from command line, pass in channel point, cost for additional votes, pass in poll length. Be a little I guess. But like the basic stuff, I don't find too difficult. But again, that's probably because I've been using it in one form or another for years. So maybe I shouldn't say that it's too simple. But I would say just, hey, just try, right? And see what you can get. So what else are we gonna want here? Possibly pass in which channel the poll is running for. Default would be your own channel, but if you are modding for someone else, right? So that should be a thing. Retrieve all historical polls. Retrieve image from most recent poll. Also, I suppose, check if a poll is currently running and should we stop it or not. And if we know what the previous poll identifier is, save the data. I don't know, something like that, right? We're gonna create the poll, and then if we know about it, we will, if we have like the previous poll, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna write like the ID for the previous poll into a file. So we would read that, and then if we have it, the poll was done, you know, write the image to the file and then make your new poll, something like that. Sure, I could learn it without much issue. I think mainly it's every time I've tried to use GitHub, it annoys me because of how needlessly obtuse it can feel at a time. Fair enough. I normally just am like, okay, let's make the repo, and then I just do everything through like Git extensions. So what we're gonna do here, I think, is let's go to our NuGet package, manage NuGet packages, and we're gonna install TwitchLib. TwitchLib. Which I believe is this one. Let me double check. TwitchLib is... do you have a link to your NuGet package from your GitHub page? Apparently just merging GitHub and GitLab, and we get GitHub. You know. That's the documentation. NuGet. Install package TwitchLib. Okay, it's just the top one. Probably more important when there's multiple people working on the co-project. See, I honestly, I think it's just super useful if you want to try playing around with things that are liar. Like, if I'm tweaking something, I can just make a new branch and be like, hey, let's try things in this branch. And then if it doesn't work, I still have a version that builds. Like, easy, you can revert to any previous state at any time. You know, all of that stuff. So even for like a single developer, it is still very, very useful. Documentation is so bloated with all the extra options, and every question you ask has multiple possible answer threads to try solutions from. Learning it's an obtuse process, at least for the command line. I think that's for everything. Everyone's like, let's just have a good time. So let's install TwitchLib. And then, hey, this is a console app, so even though TwitchLib is supposed to be a singleton, we can, yeah, sure, I accept everything. What async is... oh, yeah, that's fine. Must contain a non-nullable. That's fine. We could declare it as nullable, but what's the point? All strings are... I guess that's probably one of the new things that they've added as a warning. When exiting constructor. I mean, we could say it's nullable, but eh. I fully agree that version control is a godsend in far-spirited backups. Yes, yes. I know that there's some complications for things like if you want to store large files in your Git repository, you have to do some special cases with that, but I don't have much experience on that front. I don't know if anybody knows anything in particular about that. But, you know, I know it's like a separate thing to do that, I believe. Know that a little. Fair enough. Just for like game dev there, Avatar, or something else. Where is this? Where is it? Twitch API. All right. So let's make Twitch API. Oh, can I just... yeah, using twitchlib.api. Okay, API equals new twitchlib.api. Alright. And then we want to go API dot settings dot, what is it, access token? Client ID. Dot client ID equals app settings dot client ID. And actually, can we just, why don't we just declare it like this? Will it let me? Probably. No? You're not going to let me do that? You are going to let me do that. What do you not like here? Dot. No? You're not going to let me do that? Fine. Is it this one? What's the... Yeah, whatever. There, we'll just do that. It's fine. I know it's extremely rare to have any individual file exceed GitHub's large file size limit. And if a file is too large, it's probably a mistake. I love it. Oh, thank you for the stretch and hydrate, Guardian. How are you doing tonight? Hope you're doing well. Water and stretch bakes, I appreciate it. As always, if you guys want to join in and be happy and healthy together, please feel free. And not, that's fine too. Git large files can work fairly good when it's a solo dev. Once you get to a larger team, it can cause a lot of issues with getting the wrong versions. I could see that being a pain, but that's why we have all of our various Git workflow things to try to deal with that sort of issue, right? Let's stretch up to the sky. Doing all right, just got home from a workout. Nice. You got home from the workout and you just had it on the mind and you're like, let's do the stretch and hydrate. Keep all files as small as possible. Exactly. And let's stretch to the side. And let's stretch to the other side. Let's stretch forward. Let's stretch the left arm over the body. Let's stretch the right arm over the body. Let's rotate those shoulders. 1, 2, 3. And let's rotate the neck. 1, 2, 3. And then let's shake out those legs. Do 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 do. 1, 2, 3. Know that some database files can become really large and necessitate so per git LFS. That's fair. 100 megs for individual files. Yeah, depending on what you're storing, you could run into problems there. Again, it'd be like if you were storing like video or something, would be an easy one. But yeah. Some game assets being more than that, exactly. I think that was originally why they developed it. I could be wrong though. Something I vaguely remember seeing. So API.settings.access token. You get what I want. High def textures or Photoshop files, exactly. So now, just for fun, let's just see what we have here. API dot, what is it? Helix, I think. Dot polls dot create poll async. What do we need here? We need a request. Okay, so we need to build a create poll request, and do we need the access token? Oh, so that's just if we haven't already set it. That's fine. So let's take a look at what this create poll request looks like. New create poll request. Poll dot, what options do we have? Do we need to set the broadcaster ID here? I don't know. Is it a required field? Let's take a look. I'm assuming it's not. Oh, maybe it is. Let's take a peek. Creating a poll. I wonder if we don't pass in the broadcaster ID, if it does it by default. You know, why don't I just grab my broadcaster ID manually? I think you can grab it for anyone, can't you? Twitch broadcaster ID. I think there was a nice way to do this. User ID. I think this is what it is. Username goes here. Oh, I probably need to give it JavaScript, don't I? Let's grab my broadcast ID. Not found. There you go. You know who I am. And what does it not like here? It might be null. Yeah. Broadcaster ID equals, we'll just hard code it in, doesn't matter. It's a string? Alright. What else do we want? Poll dot question title equals test poll. Actually, no, let's have fun with this. Let's do it like this. Console dot write line or write. I don't want to write the whole line. I just want to write title of the poll. Okay. Console dot read line. Poll dot title equals this. And there. And then we say that's fine. Then we go. Let's just go while. What was the maximum? Between 2 and 5? And let's just do this. 4 int I equals 0, I less than 5, I plus plus. And let's go console dot write question number. Oh, and actually that this, never remember which one it is. It's this one, isn't it? Nope, it's the outside. There we go. Question number I plus 1. Even text-based game assets like used in Unity are very hard to merge. By larger game projects tend to use trunk-based development practices over branching. Okay. Interesting. Let's do this. That works. And console. Let's just go string temp question equals console read line, and then we'll say if temp question is not is normalized. Oh, sorry, string is null or white space. Just so if we get any default, what do we not like here? Null literal. Poll title. Not null. What is it not liking about readline here? Oh, it's just that it's nullable. Yeah, fine. You're now nullable. I don't care. Don't complain. Temp question. Then we'll just break out of the loop. Otherwise, we will write that question to our poll dot questions choices dot add. Can I do this? Wait, what is the choice then? Choice is its own class. Choice, new choice, Choice dot title? What other options do we have here? Title is literally just title. Okay, that's fine. I guess they just didn't want it to be a string. Choice equals temp question. Poll dot choice. Add to choice. So hypothetically now, no, it doesn't like that. Choice is not null here. It can't convert from choice to... Is it append? Append, not add to. There we go. Create poll. Poll. There. And we need to await that. And I'm curious what's going to happen. Let's wrap the whole thing in a try catch. I think the API is going to blow up because I haven't fed it in a client ID and an access token. But let's see. Wrap the whole thing in a try catch. Yeah, sure. Console dot write line ex message there, and we'll throw this above because there. Again, this is in no way the best practice. We're just playing with things at the moment, and like I said, we'll eventually start splitting it out into, you know, services and other fetch things. So let's just see what happens right now if we do this. How is it going to yell at us? Actually, if I mouse over the, where is this? Create poll. It returns a response. All right. Let's check what the response is. Create poll response. Poll response equals, yeah. And what do we have here? Actually, let's just jump into here and see what, oh, never mind. Okay, let's do it this way. Poll dot, or sorry, poll response. Dot, what do we have? What comes back in the data? Data dot, and we'll see what comes back. Sure, let's put a breakpoint here, and let's put a breakpoint here, and we'll step through this. It's not going to work because we don't have our client ID and access token set yet. I'll set those in the app settings JSON shortly. I just want to see what happens if we just call it without any of this. How is it going to handle that? Oh, and I didn't mark stretch and hydrate as complete, did I? I did stretch. Did I hydrate, guys? I don't remember. You know what? You can have a free hydrate on the house. There we go. Okay, so we have that here, so we're just going to step through this. Doesn't actually work that well when we don't have anything, but... okay. So we... Title of our poll. Test poll that won't work. Question 1. Will this work? Oh, we blew up. What did we blow up on? Cool. Doesn't like something already. Excellent. Let's try that again. Let's just go poll title. Will this work? And what didn't it like? Value can't be null. What was null? Probably something in here. Cool. Oh. Okay. I actually don't need this. Let's just leave this. Maybe I should shrink this. Do you guys want me to shrink the size of the command window? Or the console window when we're doing this? Yes, please? Alright. Let's shrink it down. Where are we? That's at the very top of things. And let's just put this over in the corner. We can... There. That might be a bit better. Does that look better to you guys? A lot better. Excellent. We want to make life good. Okay. Hold on. Let's put a breakpoint here. Okay. So, question number 1. Let's just say question number 1. Temp question is not null or white space. Oh, F5. No, I should have used F10. I know what I'm doing. I know how to develop the software. Q1. Alright, so F10. Choice is new choice. Title is temp question. Wait, the poll starts with null choices? Why? Okay. I really have to declare an empty list of... Really? Alright, fine. Let's fix that. I feel like that would be a default thing in the constructor here to just initialize the list, but whatever. Poll.choices equals new... What is it, an array of choices? Choice array. Size is... Can I just do it as a list? Will it let me? I don't think it will. But we'll see. No, it won't. Cool. Oh, I bet. You know what? Let's do this differently then. Let's do it like this. Let's go list, choice, choices, equals new list choice. And, sorry, let's do this. Let's do this. And then we'll just go choices. Choices doesn't look like a real word. Choice doesn't either to me anymore. And then once that's all done, we'll go poll dot choices equals choices dot to array. There we go. And we don't have to worry about what the length of the array is, because I hate having to worry about that. Title Q1. Okay. 10. There we have... Oh, does append return the... Is it add is the one? It is add. Add is the one we want. I'm so good at this. Title Q1. And this should work. Now that we... Wonder what causes the phenomenon where seeing the same word repeatedly makes it feel fake. I know there is a title for it, I just don't remember what it is actually called. And let's let that continue. So let's say Q2. Q3. And then we'll just break here. So let's call this create poll async. See what we get back. 10. All calls require a client ID and OAuth token be set. So it just yells at us about that. What is the actual exception? Client ID and OAuth token required. All right, let's catch that specific one. Catch client ID and OAuth token required. Exception. Console.writeLine. You need to specify both the client ID and OAuth token to create a poll. Please check app settings.json. I think we'll probably end up, there's fine, continue. Continue, and then we wrote that to our nice little, nice little console app. So you know what, let's just do this. Let's just do, hey, to do log me. Because we'll add mlog in later so that we can log these to a file, I think. Ugh. Okay, so I actually don't need to catch the specific exception because we're not logging it. So once again, let's spin that up. Gonna go for a walk. Good luck with the coding. Thank you, Liar. I hope you have a great walk. Title, Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4, Q5. There. And then we blow up here. We throw the exception, which is what I thought. I wasn't sure if they were going to return it in the response or not. And we can see that we need to specify both of them. We exited. That's fine. So, hold on. I'm gonna just hide myself for a second, and we're gonna go into app settings, and I'm gonna grab my client ID and my access token. And we'll see if we can get this to work. That is my access token. And where's my client ID? Here's my client ID, which I think is the one I created it for. There. All right. So let's turn that back on. Again, super secure process here. But you know, that is fine. That is what it is. So now, hopefully... Oh, what is the default? I don't know what the default time is. Well, let's see what happens. Title of the poll. Title. Actually, no. Let's kill that. I don't want to do that. We're gonna do this better for our first poll. You guys ready? Is this going to work? Yes. No. Maybe. And let's just exit that. Let's send this. And if we are lucky here, guys. Nope. Client ID was invalid or not set. My refresh token was invalid. You requested a username when the server was expecting a user ID. Bad request exception. Cool. Why do I need to... I shouldn't need to set a refresh token here, should I? I don't think I do, based on what I was seeing. Is that not actually my user ID? Or my broadcaster ID? Twitch get broadcaster ID. Twitch API reference. Broadcaster ID. Oh, because I thought that would have been my broadcaster ID, but maybe not. Get your Twitch broadcaster ID. Let's see if the broadcaster ID that they bring back is the same one as this other case. Oh, whatever. Broadcaster ID. Oh, did we just get it from the get user endpoint? Twitch get user. Get user. Get users, okay. App access token or user access token. Is there not something that by default we get ourselves? I think you first need to get the user ID to get the other IDs. I have notes on the Twitch API somewhere. Did integration of it in a game one day. Ah, fair enough. I thought that I had my... I thought that this... Okay, let's just kill that. I thought that... Where was it? Did I not set this? This broadcaster ID was mine. Maybe it's not. So, if I do this and go... Let's just try this. API dot users. Sorry, helix dot users dot get users async. Is that... Do we not have any parameters here? All of that is nullable, so... Alright, await var result user result equals this. What are we gonna get back here? Get users response. Okay, get users response. Okay, so what happens if I call this? Because I'm wondering if one of these tokens aren't correct, which is possible. I may just need to try to rebuild them and see if it'll give me a new set of tokens. Get user response. F5. Okay. F10. That one did respond. Excellent. Yeah, cool. And my ID is this. So that looks like the same one. You know what? Here, we'll do it this way, though. And this is something we'll have to say, hey, do this once and write it to the app settings.json on the first go, assuming it works correctly. But for now, we're just going to be basic and say users response dot users dot first or default dot ID. What other options do we have here? Broadcaster type. Oh, that's fun. First or default. It might be nullable. We know it's gonna have a value. Oh, jeez, I've just got a knot in my neck here. Wow. Okay. So if we run this, we get our user response, which looks good. We get our broadcaster ID. We read this. Does this work? Yes. No. Okay. We create the poll. And it blows up. Bad request. Not sure if it's adding it for me, but duration is required. I thought there was a default duration. Is there not? Let's take a peek. Polls. Do I need to pass a duration? No, yeah, I do. I do need to pass a duration, it looks like. Okay. Failed. Client ID was invalid, not set. Refresh token was invalid. I don't think... We shouldn't need a refresh token there, should we? It should just be the authorization and the client ID. Okay, well, I'll try something here. Let's add a duration on the poll, though. Poll dot duration in seconds, 60. We'll give it a minute. I assumed that 60 was the default duration, but hey, maybe that is what the problem is. Let's see if this blows up again. I suspect it will. But, you know, let's try. Title. Q1. Yes. No. F10? Wait, it really just needed the duration? Hey! And it's like, no, you need, that error message is definitely helpful. Good to know. I think 60 was the minimum. I love it. Great call there, Koneko. Great call. I didn't think that would have been the problem. And it's like, it's your you know, your credentials. And it's like, well, no, it's not, you liar. Oh well. Okay. So we gotta let that poll run. We gotta see if the people say yes or no. Or maybe so. But yeah, what we have now is we have a little console app that we can run polls from. Granted, this doesn't actually improve our quality of life, right? Because this is basically the equivalent of just feeding it in from like the web front end, right? We can't automate anything with how this is currently built, but it does technically work, which is cool. So we have a couple things that we're gonna need to do here. It's a start, exactly. Now the real question is, should we check this in as our start? Yeah, let's check it in as our start. Who cares? Commit before making any more changes. I mean, you're not wrong there, Guardian. You're not wrong. So let's do that. Gotta save that progress. Exactly. Okay. So, added basic functionality to added, let's say very basic functionality to run poll from the console app. Not really what we're, let's just say just to start. Commit and push. Okay, so something we are gonna need to do is, next step is just to sleep for the duration and then get poll results. What I was actually thinking more was this was gonna be a button thing, and maybe this is kind of influenced by how I've been using polls, but I suppose we could sleep and then get the results. That's not terrible. It just automatically does it. Definitely something to think about. You know what? I don't actually hate that. I'm out. Enjoy hacking away. Well, thank you for stopping by, Guardian. Hope you have a good one. What I was thinking was more, you know, we start the poll, right? And whatever we're doing, like this is like a choose your own adventure or something. So as the streamer, I'm gonna know when the poll is done, and then I can just hit the button again to either run the next poll or grab the value of the most recent one. What I'm thinking we may want to do here is I'm thinking first thing we actually want to do is put something in, so we grab our broadcaster ID and then we store it in the app settings JSON file, because then we're not hitting this endpoint every time that we make a run, right? So I almost want to tweak this slightly and start passing in some values from pass in some values from like the command line. But I don't know if that's... Oh, I don't know if that's the way we want to go. To do this better so we aren't the broadcaster ID every time. To do pass this in instead of hard coding. Also required. And we are going to want at some point to do validate our inputs to make a proper request, right? Because we aren't going to want to run into the case where, hey, you haven't set your duration. I suppose we could just set duration by default. But do we want to just set a default duration of 1 minute? Probably. Public constant int default duration equals 60. There. That's one thing. Let's just make, and we'll comment that the default duration of a poll, if it isn't overwritten by user input, I guess. Actually, no, guys, I need to step away for a moment. So now would be a good time. Stretch, hydrate, get a drink, get a snack, go to the washroom, do whatever, but I will return shortly. See you soon. Alright, I am back, everybody. So, what I'm thinking here is let's add... Yeah, let's try this. Let's add the broadcaster ID. Public int nullable broadcaster ID. Right? And then we're going to want to check in here to say, hey, if app settings dot broadcaster ID is null, else yeah, you know what, let's make the poll request first. We'll start with that, and then we don't have to pass it around. We can just assign it properly. Poll, create poll request, poll.broadcaster ID equals app settings.broadcaster ID dot value. What is it? Oh, it's a string. Alright, fine. In that case, we're going to say, hey, if string dot is null or white space. Where are ya? And this gets to be a string too, because of course it does. Everything gets to be a string. Okay. There we go. That is that. Let's get this response. And let's say... yeah, user response first or default. Dot ID. Hey Azure, how are you doing today? It's been a minute. I hope you have been doing well. We are doing some software development today. It's the very first software development Saturday. This is coming back as a string, right? Actually, no, let's just, I don't even, no, that's fine. Let's go string, broadcast ID. It's been okay. That's good to hear. Just here to look at you hacking into the mainframe. I mean, I don't know how much hacking we're getting done, but we're slowly making some progress. Clearly, I know nothing about coding, but I think it's neat. I think, I personally, I really like it. That's why it's my job, but sometimes it's fun to do things like this just for fun as well. Fine, it's a nullable string. There you go. There. If string dot is null or white space. Actually, it's, you know what? No, we only care if it's null. Broadcast ID is null. To do, throw an error. Else we're gonna want to set our poll dot broadcaster ID equals broadcast ID dot nope, that's fine. That's what we want. Is it gonna complain that it's not null here? It knows it's not null here, apparently. Cool. Software development respect. It keeps the lights on and I enjoy it. So what more can we ask for, right? How do I want to do this? Let me just take a look. Writing. Let's see. C# writing to app settings.json. Is there a nice way to just update it? How to write data to app settings.json. What do we have? Use a helper class. It's just manually building it. I don't really like that. How to save updates I made to app settings config. Is it really? I'm gonna have to just like not what I want. I was hoping there was a nice simple way to just save to it. Apply changes. I'm just hoping that somebody's like, we can just do it without how do I update values? No component. Yeah, no, I was hoping there was a component that we could use to just write it back from our configuration. Let's just take a look. What options do we have in config? Dot bind. This is returning our TwitchQuickPoll settings. It's technically nullable. Fine. Add a sanity. Check that we're getting something back. Let's see if there's anything. Use a custom configuration provider. No, not what I want. I don't think there's actually a nice, easy way to just do this built in. Okay, well, in the meantime, hold on. I'm going to hide this because we're probably going to be messing around with this value, and that value would let you guys make polls on my channel, which, you know, I mean, whatever. It's not a huge thing, but I figure we should probably fix that. Let's clean that out. Let's clean that out. There you go. You guys can't see that now. Video Studio Capture back on. So, we're also going to go back into here and update our configuration with broadcaster ID. You know what? I'll just have to think about this. The default broadcaster to run the poll as. Yeah, that works. And Twitch original settings. Let's do that here too. There we go. Broadcaster ID. So, let's just say, hey, client ID access token. And there's nothing there yet. That's fine. Which one was that? Oh, this was the original ones, right? This is the one we want to modify. Client ID access token. All right. So if we go back into our program, and I need to install Newtonsoft for this, I think, don't I? Let's just see how people are saying to do it. No, I don't want to do that. What is this? If you need a right configuration, you need some sort of database. I mean, not really. Feels incorrect to write back to the config, and in some cases, yes. But like on the first run, we're gonna say, hey, let's get a value, and then let's write it back to the config. Which I don't think is... It is writable. Wait, what? Is it writable? Oh, that's app config. They just changed it in memory. Oh, never mind. It's configurable, just not within the program itself. Is there a chance broadcaster ID will ever change? That is a good question. I don't think that it should change. What are you thinking there, Codenecko? I mean, I guess, like, hypothetically, we can... I am going to provide an option to pass in a broadcaster ID, if you want. But for, you know, the purpose of kind of building things out at the moment, I feel like there's something to be said with, you know, we run this, we say, hey, we don't have our broadcaster ID. We then get the broadcaster ID and then write it back into the config so that we don't need to keep making this call. And then whoever you are, you have your default broadcaster ID. But yes, I am planning on, once we start actually properly passing parameters into this from our arguments, that will be one. So if like you are a mod and you are also a streamer, you could have something set up like, hey, here are my mod commands for running polls, right? That I then run them on some other channel that's not my own. Yeah, I'm just how to save configuration, API proposal. Alright, You know what? Just for fun, let's go install Newtonsoft. I think is the one that is Newtonsoft the current best one, or versus if Naval ban Navy. Hey Navy, how are you doing tonight? I hope you're doing well. For a second there, I was like, wait, did Nightbot get mad? Newtonsoft versus system text.json. What's the difference? System text.json. Is system text.json the current one that we should be using? I don't know. Hold on. JSON serializer. So wait, what happens if I just do this? If broadcast ID is null, throw an error. Otherwise, can I set this here? Can I go app settings dot broadcast dot broadcaster ID equals broadcast ID, and then can I go app settings dot doing good. That's good to hear. Just played Overwatch for the first time and was a lot of fun. That's good to hear. I've never played Overwatch before. How are things going? They're going okay. I'm very slowly making progress on this. We're still just kind of doing it in like, hey, here's not the way that we're gonna end up doing it, but we're doing a software development stream, so let's just kind of go through it and slowly make progress. System.text.json okay, how am I supposed to use this? I'm more used to Newtonsoft. Write to file, write to JSON. System text.json is better. In terms of speed, it says serialize. How to serialize JSON. Oh, it's JSON serializer. All right. Let's do that. JSON serializer dot serialize dot app settings. What do we get here? This is going to be the interesting thing. And does it just return as a string? Yeah, it does just return a string. String JSON. We're not going to be nesting our properties, so we may just be able to do it like this. Alright, let's see what we get. Quick poll. Oh, why did we blow up? Your request was blocked due to bad credentials. What request were we making? Oh, right, because I don't have it yet. That's right. That's fine. Fine. We'll step through this. It's not a real problem. No. F10. Okay, so we get that. We get our client ID, which is just client ID, and our access token, which is just access token at the moment. And we say, hey, we don't have a broadcaster ID. Let's get that. And then I need to actually skip over that because... And I'm actually just going to update this and say, where's my watch? Do I not have watch open? View. Where are you? Other windows. I'm just blind. Where is watch? Terminal. Can I have it give me, oh, it's right here. Durr. Watch app settings. So app settings dot broadcaster ID equals, let's just say 111. We have that. We're going to serialize this into a string. Okay. Can I just write that to a file? Hold on. If I go to config dot, what do we have here? I mean, we could grab the current directory and then just build the file path and write it out. You know what? Let's try it. System dot file. What is? Let's close that for a moment. System dot, and actually, just to make life easier, because I know this is going to be annoying, is we're going to change the comment styling here. No? All right. What is the correct one? Oh, no. Okay, that's fine. We'll see if that blows up. System.file path, write file. Let's just Google it. What one is it? System C# write file. How to write file to how to write text to file. I want to go replace file. File.replace from string. Give me what we want. How to find and replace text in a file. No, I don't want to read all text. Write all text. No. File provides static methods. Okay, which one is file? Write and append text with the file class. All right, let's try this. File dot write all text, all lines. Creates a new file. Writes the specified string to the file and then closes it. What's versus lines? The contents are an array of strings versus a single string. All right. So let's do file path. Is that no? What is the actual value? File path dot combine, and let's grab this directory.current directory, comma, and app settings.json to get the file path we want. String app settings path. Okay, so we get that. We're going to write all text to our app settings path, and we're going to write the contents of JSON there. Let's just see what this looks like. We're going to comment these out for the moment because they're going to blow up otherwise. And we'll say app settings dot broadcaster ID equals, I don't know, 1015621 or something. The value doesn't matter. I'm just seeing if it will run correctly. And yeah, whatever. User response. Oh, I actually do need the string broadcast ID. Fine. There. String broadcast ID is this one. So good at this. Broadcast ID, and then we'll grab this. So we're just setting it to that. There. Yeah, okay. So today we will run this. And let's just step down through here. We've got our app settings. Access token, client ID. We don't have broadcaster ID. And let's see how mangled this is going to get. So we serialize that to JSON. I'm hoping... Now if we stop, and we look at app settings, it did not write it. Okay, where did that get written? Open containing folder. Is it writing it in the bin? App settings JSON.original. And I bet if we pop this one open... Oh, well, kind of. So if we compare these two, we can see that, hey, they are kind of the same. So we'll need to wrap this in. Is there an option for serializing that to include the class name? JSON serializer.serialize. Let's take a peek, shall we? JSON serializer.serialize. Include class name and indented. Do we have something here that we can work with? You can pretty print the JSON. Okay, let's see what options we can, what options we have. Serialize the format to JSON. Okay. So, options, right indented is true. Yeah, sure. Options, what else do we have? Max depth. I would like to include something along the lines of who the parent is. Because I don't want to make... Well, it's a kind of ugly hack to just be like, well, it's an ugly hack to say, you know, just wrap it and be like, it is going to look like this, right? We know that it should have this, and TwitchQuickPoll settings should be what it's called. I will, you know what? Let's run that again. Oh, what did we blow up? App settings was null. Oh, because we broke it. Of course. Let's go here and let's say always overwrite while we're doing this. So this should be fine. This should be okay. Go down here, we go down here. So we write it indented, write alt text, and then we just stop. You know what? Just to make life easier, I'm going to throw a return here for right now. Let's close out of that. And it's not that one. This one? No. So there, our app settings looks better already. Although it does lose the comments in there. Ah. I'm just thinking how we want to do this. Let's see, JSON, add additional JSON serializer. Read comment handling property. That's deserialization, so we don't care about that. Add ability to serialize comments. .NET runtime. No, that's not JSON. That's a JSON-like format, of course. Of course it's a JSON-like format. Oh, ow. But, you know, that is a thing. Opt-in, which is what I'm probably... Oh, did my my background music ran out? Alright, let's cue that back up again. Probably go for, I don't know, another hour or something. Didn't make as much progress as I would have liked today, but we are making some. JSON serializer. Include parent class. Include class name as part of serialization. Type name handling. Do I have to write a converter for this? I don't really want to. This is what I get for trying to do things. We can wrap. No, that's not what we want. Oh, yeah, you know, a suggestion I'm seeing is wrap the class with itself, and then... Yeah, no, I don't want to do that. JSON name, preserve parent member. What is this? That seems like a bug, they're saying. It's a regression. I mean, I guess we could just do this. Like, it would work if we just said, hey, wrap the string. Right? Right indented. Where are we building this? We could just say, hey, string dot format this, and then that. So we're passing in our JSON, right? I don't necessarily like this, but if anybody has a better idea, please yell at me about it. I want something like this. That. But what is the... No, that's not what I wanted. Hold on, what is the... String... C#, string escape. Which slash is the escape character? Special characters into string characters. Okay. So let's do this. 0 and this one. That's that one. Okay. So we have that, and then we have... Actually, if I just paste this in, we'll be happy. Oh, it is that one. Or does that not even matter? Wait, that doesn't matter. Oh, wait, no, the actual one is 2 squiggles, isn't it? Yeah, it is. This. No, that's right. This. So there, we open it. We go, hey, TwitchQuickPoll settings. We then dump all of this in. And then we say, this 0. I think it's that. Let's see what we get out here. We'll see if this this does what we want. Okay. There. So we return out. And if we close that and we take a look at what we actually got. There we have we have an extra squiggle bracket. Extra squiggly bracket, which is fine. We can easily remove that. This, can I do, hold on, can I do this? One sec. What am I thinking here? And then let's go like this and go environment dot new line. Then we have that. Then we would have environment dot new line. We'd have all of that. This is gross. I don't really like it. I'm sure there's a better way to do this. Now let's just see if we get out a value that makes sense here. If it looks pretty. Oh, who runs away? Hey, Mugshiki, how are you doing tonight? Hope you're doing well. Not in the correct format. Okay, that's fine. Let's break the code. You know, I can't just always play games. Sometimes I have to do other things. Too smooth brain to understand this. You know, maybe you can learn a thing or two while you're here. But if not, that's fine. Basically, I'm trying to make a console app that will make creating polls easier for streamers, because I would like to have a button on my my Stream Deck that would just let me make polls. Okay, that's fine. Let's just ignore this for a second. You know what, let's get rid of these. I don't care that the data is going to look wonky. Let's just dump it and we'll see if it is happy or not. Okay. So we are going to get rid of our broadcaster ID bit here. Turn these back on. And comment out that. And we're not going to return. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to hide this from you guys as I go and paste in my credentials again. This is my access token. This is my client ID. And we don't have a broadcast token right now, although we could define it. Visual Studio Capture is back on. So let's just see what happens if we do this. TwitchQuickPoll. TwitchQuickPoll. Okay, so we have all of this. We don't necessarily care. Let's just jump down here. We have our new broadcast ID. And I'm not actually going to look at what that is because it has credentials in it. Oh. Expected an ASCII digit. Okay. Input string was not in the correct format. Okay, let's go hide those credentials again because I need to see what it actually thinks is coming back. Actually, no, better idea. Not better idea. Mix it with code -1 because your software doesn't work, genius. Okay. App settings JSON. Let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. Let's once again go here. What did I do? Let's turn that back on. You guys can see what we're doing again. Oh, wait. Wait. It was this. This is what the problem was, I think. Broadcast ID should be set here. It might be null, but it should be set. We can always deal with that later. Let's hide that again for a second. Save those two back here. And let's spin up our little app. Broadcast ID is set. Are you going to blow up now? F10. Nope, you're not going to. Expecting an ASCII digit. Alright, 1 second. I'm going to hide this just so I can take a look at what it thinks is coming back. Yeah. It's fine, whatever. Okay, what do we have? Failed to parse near 1. What do you mean? Okay, hold on. Hold on. I have some thoughts. And what those thoughts are is let's pull this out here for a second and see if there's something going weird with the actual parsing of this string. String JSON val equals. Sorry, we will hop back into this in a second. I just need to know if there's something coming in that the JSON itself looks strange. That looks fine to me. It's a string. Quick poll. Ugh. Okay. F10. Okay, so the JSON value we get back. Why does it have... I mean, that looks reasonable. Why is that a problem? Oh, that's what the problem is. I'm so smart. Oh my goodness, guys. I'll show you what the problem is. Or at least I'm pretty sure what the problem is. Let me double check this before I'm like, haha, I'm a genius. Broadcast ID. Yep, that was what the problem was. Okay, so the problem was this following thing. Let me share that with you guys. 1 second. Boop. Boop. Save. Hop back out here. Turn Visual Studio back on. And I guess I should close this because I always forget to close it. So the problem was right here, we had a $sign. So it was trying to parse this 0 as a variable. Hey, Wooty! Thank you for the raid. How are you doing today? I hope you are doing well. Let me give you a shout out. What were you doing today? Slash shout out. Let's go programming. Exactly. I'm making a dumb little console app. And everyone's probably just sitting there going like, Cobalt, do you make money on this? Boop. What were you playing today? You were doing art? Nice. What were you working on? Make money on this? Apparently, people have been willing to pay me for this. I'm not sure that, you know, what I've shown on stream today is convincing anybody that I should be allowed to make money on this, but hey. Did rigging nice. How was that going? I hope that was going well for you. But yes, if you guys aren't already following Wooty, you absolutely should check them out. It's always a good time over there when I can drop in. Does art, plays Coral Island every once in a while, does other things. It's always good. I suppose I should introduce myself for anybody who doesn't already know me though, everybody. Hello! My name is Cobalt. I am a variety VTuber, explorer of the Endless Archive, and today we are writing software. I know, usually I play games. This is my first software development Saturday. I am writing a little console app that hopefully will make life easier for generating pre-built polls. But other than that, I play a variety of games. Lately I've been playing some Alan Wake, some Mass Effect, and we do Follower Choice Fridays. But yes, if we are your final destination tonight, I hope you enjoy your stay, and if not, I wish you safe journeys wherever the wind may take you. Feel the same way about every time I do dev on stream. Like, I'm not doing my best, yeah. Well, and then this one too is like, hey, I'm like, let's write it in a gross way, right? We're writing it right now that you can, it'll pop up and it'll pull you from the command line instead of like actually passing it in, which is what we're gonna want in the eventual version that works. Not doing dev on stream because I'm too bad and scared of people criticizing me. I mean, hey, I guess, you know what, if people are like brutal, that's at least partially on them, right? If it's like something like, oh, you know, did you know that you could do something to improve, then at least you could take something from that. But if it's like, ha, you suck, well, then it's like, well, this person is an asshole, and you know, maybe they shouldn't be listened to. Software developer, and I'd never dared to program on stream. I was so nervous before I started stream today. But people have been kind to me, even though this has just been like, Cobalt, are you sure you know how to write code? Expect you would sooner or later. I mean, hey, you know, it has been fun. Haha, you suck. I know, right? Listen, you can't say anything crueler to me than I already say to myself. You know, like for example, actually hold on, I need to mute that to make sure, not mute that, hide that for a second to make sure that I don't have, okay good, I don't have that in there. You know, we have our client ID and access token that we're storing in a JSON file. Should we be doing that? Is that best practices? Well, not really. We should probably be storing that in something like Azure Key Vault, but that adds an additional dependency for something that I'm hoping that, you know, non-technical streamers will eventually be able to use. Also, you know, or at least as far as I know, there isn't like a key ring that's built into Windows. I know that Mac has one, and I know that like Linux-based system have like a key ring you can actually store stuff in. So we could hypothetically store our client ID and our access token in the key ring, and then retrieve that. But there's no standardized way, as far as I know, to retrieve that sort of property, right? So it gets to live in the app settings. There's a secret vault, is there? But is there one that is there one that can be accessed in like a platform agnostic way? There, amigo? Hey, did my... Oh, okay, no, my pinned message is still there. That's fine. I mean, to be fair, like, this token is literally just going to be, hey, if you're generating this, it lets you generate polls. So, my joke has been, listen, if, you know, somebody hacks my actual desktop and all they're going to do is, access my run polls on my Twitch account, well, that's the best possible, the best possible outcome from that scenario. Have to use a full framework, it's not in core. Hold on, now I'm curious. You've piqued my interest. Windows Key Vault. Credential Manager. Platform. You can check the NuGet manager for credential management package. Oh, that was... Wait, was that blocked? Wait, what? Oh, that's funny. Automod thought that was a slur. We'll allow that. Sadly, need to go to bed. Make sure you post the VOD. I want to see this. Yes, I will. I will queue that up for next Saturday. Usually my VODs are a week behind. Got so excited seeing you do software development. I am gonna keep going with it, I think, Fairwooty. You know, it might not be good, but hey, it's a better way to do software as a side project, right? Have a wonderful stream. Well, thank you for stopping by, and thank you for the raid, and I hope you have a great sleep. If it shows it's supported, you'd be good to go. But yes, no, I think we're going to be doing this. I think this is going to be a rather consistent thing going forward. Ignoring the fact that my next month is probably just going to be Horizon Zero Dawn constantly. But I have, you know, this we're not even close to completing, which is fine. You know, we'll just keep working away at this. Then I'm gonna toss out a few things I have off the top of my head. I kind of want to make a mod for Hades that is basically going to do the same thing, except like hook into Hades itself for locking boon choices and locking doors and all of that. And after that, I was thinking about taking a look at putting something together that would let you lock a Discord invite behind a channel points redeem to try to avoid all of the spammy individuals that you often get when you have an open Discord link. All there is to programming is while and if, and the rest is experience. That's true. Simple tools are kind of my favorite things, and I'd love to do stuff like this on stream, but a lot of the projects are NDA locked. Yes, don't do anything that's under NDA on stream. This is just like, hey, a dumb little project that I want to make, so no NDA on this. Okay. But, you know, look at all the to-dos we have. Do this better later. I want to check this credential management package that you mentioned though, there, amigo. Because I don't know it. And now it's solution. Manage NuGet packages, browse. What is this one? Credential management. Is a wrapper for this, supports the new and old style. There's no dependencies on it. Hold on, if I try to add this. Interesting. I will have to look into that after, because what I was hoping was for this to be a bit platform agnostic. So hypothetically, anyway, once we built it, you could run it on Windows or Mac or Linux. But you know, we can. I will have to take a look at that because that would be nice. I'll make a note of that for myself. Hold on. Let's pop that up. And where's my message for myself? Here we go. Check out the, or see if there is something we can use for there we go. A note for my future self. I may or may not just wrap the invoke and certificate store, which would not be useful outside of Windows, but I can't recall. Ah, fair enough. Yeah, that would be my concern, right? With this is it's like, oh, this is a wrapper for the Windows credential management API, so that wouldn't, you know, work with say like the Mac or the Linux keyrings. Again, not something I use that much, but it's like, you know, I am aware that this isn't the best way to do this. It's not like, hey, Cobalt, did you know that you shouldn't store access keys like this? Yes, I am aware. I am aware. But one sec. We are going to... What are we going to do here? Let's hide this for a second. I'm going to dump my credentials back into the app settings. And then I'm going to copy if newer. All right. A fun thing was the error it was giving us when we didn't declare a duration on the poll. It was saying, hey, you have bad credentials. And I'm like, I shouldn't. I didn't think that was how it was working. And then CodeNeco was like, oh yeah, you're missing duration. I thought it defaulted to a minute for this, but it doesn't. You have to actually specify it, which is fine. What are we doing? Okay. So let's pop this up. We've got this. We're just going to step through here. Create our new poll request that we're eventually going to do. We're going to say, hey, we don't have a broadcaster ID. Well, we need that. It gets cranky. I thought it was another one of those things that I thought that if you didn't provide a broadcaster ID, it would just use the owner of the access token, but that is not the case. There. So we're going to set our broadcast ID into app settings. Combine, and it blew up. What did I... Oh, did I undo the change there that I needed? Yeah, I did. And I thought I had this fixed. This is the change that we care about. And you know what? Let's throw this back in here. We don't need to write that to a string when we're going to write it out. There's all we want is right indented. I need to build my my JSON the way I want, which is kind of gross looking, but hey, if it's gonna work, it's gonna work, and if it doesn't, it doesn't. So let's see. F10, we'll step through here again. There. And then we're going to set our broadcaster ID. And now it's going to prompt me for the title of the poll. Is this going to work? Pass in our default duration of 60 seconds, because why not? Question number 1. If I was going to do something intended to be global and I didn't have to listen to the client, I'd probably look at using a GCM Git Credential Manager. I actually, I had to use that today because my my key wasn't working for Git, so I'm like, oh, use just sign in using the web. And it's like, do you want to? Can you use Git Credential Manager? And I'm like, sure. And so that at least works. But again, I am kind of intending this for streamers, right? And yes, while there are a lot of technical streamers, you know, some of them not so much. So there are I guess limitations on that front. Mostly so I can learn how it works. I've used it a little bit in terms of like, hey, you know, Git extensions will use it, but I've never implemented anything for it. Yes, no, maybe. There. So we're going to send our poll, and is this going to work? That did work. So now we have a poll. And then we say that is a thing. And I'm going to hide this for a second. Well, that poll is running. If you want to vote, maybe is apparently the right answer here. That's my git ignore that I don't care about right now. Let's open this up, and the app settings that was written to our folder does have the broadcaster ID in it. Let's go. Success. Again, the code is disgusting, and we're going to have to split it out outside of program. But again, I had mentioned that we were going to write some of this stuff in here, and then eventually we will split it out so it's better practice. You know, more properly architected and all that. What is happening? Oh, okay. That's fine. It's gonna work maybe. Okay, so now if we run this again, let's just close the one that we have open. And if we say F5, and let's step through, and let's not look at what is in that variable. The variable is secret, don't look at it. And we should have a broadcaster ID. So we just say, hey, set the broadcaster ID. There we go. Title of poll, read line. Will this one work? And yeah, boop. Yes. Absolutely. No. If you want to make the stuff simple, might be as simple as asking for the stuff the first time and then encrypting it to a file. Simple for setup and not overly crazy. That is true. I guess the only thing with that would be you'd have your encryption keys sitting somewhere, right? So it's how much does that actually secure anything? And there we go. Alright. So we've got this in. Let's cut that out. And this broadcaster ID, maybe no. Doesn't this default Doesn't this default to... Like when we're using the option pattern, doesn't it default to an empty string? I think it does. You know what? Fine, we'll do this. If broadcast ID is null, to do something and bail out. Possible null reference assignment. I mean, it's not though, technically. I guess we could do it like this. You know what? Fine, we'll do it like this. Users dot. Oh right, has any as an extension method. Any is not null. Actually, you know what? Here, let's go is null if this is null or this any equals false. Bailout. Grab the first ID that we get back. And first possible null reference for source. Do I have to double check all of this? Fine. Users may be null here. I mean, it can't be because we're checking it up here, but what is the maybe null? Is there a nice you can use the exclamation mark? Which one is that? I know the question mark is you coalesce nulls down into null. What's exclamation mark? Exclamation mark. Is that to say it won't be null? In that case? It's the I'm sure it's not null, don't ask me again. Oh, that must be a new one. In like, what was that in C#? One of the relatively new releases of C#, isn't it? That's a good point. There. Users may be null here. I'm saying I know it's not. Doesn't like it. He'd added a bunch of the new operators and I don't know any of them exactly. That's what are we doing? Possible null reference argument for parameter source. You also need to assign the MTO users. Users is one is for user response, and then you need to assure for users. Oh, I see what you're saying. That makes sense. Thank you. And first, I don't like first though. I like first or default, even though technically it's not. Well, it should be first. We know it's first here. There. There you go. I think it came out with 8. Like Elvis is the newest. What is the current one? 13? Are we on 12 right now? What version are we on? What's new in C# 12? What's new? Okay, so 12 is the newest one. First or default is what I usually use if I'm confident it could be null, or if I'm not confident it'd be null. Yeah, I usually use that as like, hey, we might get a null back here. If I'm sure it can only be one, I like wait, first or default is what I use if I'm confident it won't be null? Single throws an exception if there's multiple, that's true. Performance-wise isn't as good. That's fair. I don't use single a lot. Let's see. Broadcast, we have to confirm we have the broadcast ID. Bailout. Here. I use it if I want to make sure there's only one. That is fair. I mean, this one, there should only be one based on, you know, given that we're not passing any parameters to get users. We're not passing a list of IDs. We're just passing ourself. So it should always just be one. This value should always be not null. But, you know. What was I thinking about doing next? Should I just check this in? Let's check this in. Again, I'm so bad. I'm like, listen, I'll check things in when I feel like it. Let's check this in. The GitLab repo is linked in the pinned comment as well, if you guys want it. Added logic to retrieve the broadcaster ID and save it to the app settings.json file if the file does not already contain a broadcaster ID. Alright, let's check that all in. Let's just make sure there's nothing else in here that's crazy. Yeah, that's fine. That looks okay. And we added broadcaster ID. Mint push. Boom. I have a, like a knot in my neck today. Goodness. Goodness. I'm so bad at that as well. It happens. Sometimes I don't even create a new branch and just start coding. Yep. Listen, we're just in main right now. Eventually I'll make branches. It'll happen. Anyway, off to bed now for real. Good night, everyone. Have an amazing rest of the stream. Thank you again, Louis. Thank you again. I hope you have a great sleep. Because that is what the weekend is for, right? Sleeping. Alright. So something, bye-bye. Something I'm thinking we're gonna want to pass, we're gonna want to start taking everything in as like parameters from the command line, right? So instead of, you know, our question coming in like this, let's just note this. Do start of section that will just run git init and then forget about it, even an initial commit. I actually got some initial commits just because GitLab, when I was setting it up, was like, hey, you want to do an initial commit? Do you want to check in the bit of pipeline that will run like code quality checks? And I'm like, I guess. I guess if that's what you want, we can do that. Eventually just be passed in. And all of this is the end of the section. Okay, so app settings client ID. Not technically. I think that when you pull it by options pattern, it always does come in as an empty string, unless I guess it doesn't exist. So at some point we'll have to mess around with what that looks like. But I want to take a look at this. I remember I was looking into this before, and it looked like there was a... What's the word I want? C# console app pass arguments, pass named arguments. That's what I want. Main and command line arguments. How do I name my arguments? Is there something I can do with this? Like what I'm envisioning here, actually. You know what, here. Let's just do this in a comment, right? I'm envisioning something like you know, TwitchQuickPoll, right? And then create title, or you know, my super cool poll question: is it the best? Question, or sorry, no, let's say it is the best. Question, it's okay. Question, not so good, right? And then something like channel points 100, right? So that would create a poll with the title of my super cool poll. The questions would be, it's the best, it's okay, it's not so good, and if you wanted to vote more, we would pass in 100 extra channel points. Oh, let's delete everything there. Yep, good plan, Cobalt, good plan. That's kind of what I'm thinking, what I want it to look like. How... and arguments. I want something by... Can I pass them in as like a dictionary? No, it's an array. I know there's a way to do this. Name parameter in C# with examples. .NET tutorials. Example without using named parameters. I don't know if this is what... Named arguments? Is that what I need? That's what I need, apparently. Named arguments... console app. What's an easy way to use hyphen named inputs in a console app? Command line parser. Okay, let's take a look at what this is. C#. Command line parser. Best C# command line parser that brings standardized something. Here, let me swap and we can take a look at this together. There we go. Command line parser library. So what is this? Define verb commands. Getting started. Quick start example. Okay, so we define... we define a class. We parse our arguments. And then that all gets defined in there. Interesting. What do we have for these? Add, commit, clone. Add options. Commit options. Clone options. Oh, so we can define it as its own thing. That's kind of cool. Maybe we take a look at that. C# examples. We can set them as required. R read input files to be processed. With parsed, with not parsed. Do we want to play around with this? Do we have an actual, like, bit of documentation here, though? Define verbs. Define verb command. Normal options for each. Use a proper parser argument overload. Add options, commit options. We get the result. Example. With parse, we then call run. And then we check which version we get back. And then we do everything. Interesting. Huh. That's kind of cool. Oh, it's not. I don't have they don't have JavaScript. So copy is the verb name. And then A is an option. Okay. You know what? Let's try playing around with command line parser for a bit. Although stream is already going a bit longer than I thought today. But it has been fun. So that is good. Let's take a look at that. Yeah, I'm not sure if we'll be doing a software development Saturday next Saturday, but possibly the Saturday after that, because I do want this to, you know, build and run and be easy for people to use, and mainly because I want to use it. You know, this is what I get for forcing one of my mods to make polls for me for the viewer Hades stream, you know? There was a lot of polls that were made, and I want to make that not as much of a hassle in the future. It's been great and also motivating. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad that people aren't like, oh, this is awful, and I don't want to see this at all. Okay, so let's install command line parser and play around with this a little bit. Again, my software development style is very much a exploratory. You know, we're doing everything in program. This is not the best way to do it, and at some point we will slice this all out and, you know, put things into services and clean this up. But for now, let's get something working, right? That's how I feel about it anyway. Hey, manage NuGet packages. Yeah, okay, we've installed TwitchLib. Let's install command line parser. Command line parser library. Clean and concise API for manipulating command line arguments and related tasks. Alright, let's install it. That's fine. Oh, wait. Wait. Hold on. Does that depend on the .NET? Does that depend on the .NET framework? It let me install it. Hold on, is that not the right version? One second. 2.92. It's compatible with .NET Core. It says it doesn't depend on other packages. Or it's just, oh, it's just saying, sorry, it's saying there's no dependencies. Sorry, I can't read. For second, and I'm like, wait, if it depends on .NET Framework, why is it letting me install it? Okay, so let's go here, and let's make a, yeah, public class options. Are options that, yeah, let's make the actual proper summary. The options class that we use to control input from the console. Okay, so we're gonna need some stuff. We're gonna need add, retrieve, for now, yeah. So, and this needs to be its own class, doesn't it? You know what? Let's make an options class. A separate thing. Add new item class. We'll move these things around later. I don't know if anybody else has this problem, but I always have a problem of being like, where should I be putting some of this stuff? Options. Actually, let's call it TwitchQuickPoll options. And you are now public. And let's make a new one. Public class. There. TwitchQuickPoll create option. Let's throw you here. Let's say create option, public. Do I have to just call it create? How are they showing it? Create, eh? They were showing something with hold on. Let's bounce forward a little bit just so I can take a look at this. Class, add options. Normal option here. You create an option class for each verb decorated with the verb attribute. Add options. Commit options. Clone options. Oh, does each one have to be separate? Oh, it does. Okay. So you know what? Instead of just calling it poll options, let's just call it create option, I think. And let's say verb. And we want to call that create is default of aliases. I don't know if we want create to be default. I feel like you should specify everyone. So yeah, let's just do aliases. What is the option? New string array 1. Oh, we can just do this, can't we? Shows how often I'm using arrays. I just do everything through lists. C can be an alias. No, it doesn't like that. Help text. How are we naming things? Let's just say create a poll on Twitch. Sure. So what are we gonna need here? We are gonna need title. Questions. Duration. Channel points. I think. Yeah, I want to retrieve a full like list of things. So that is okay. So public string title get set, and then we call this option, it looks like. Option. And what do they actually want from us here? What's the flag counter? Short name? A or T? Long name, title, I guess. What are the properties that we care about? Required? And both of these should be proper strings. It doesn't like that. Does that actually need to be... Oh, it actually needs to be a character for the short. That's fine. Alright. What are we complaining? It's not nullable. That's fine. Actually, you know what? I want to see how we do this. Command line parser. A list option. Optional list of strings. How to pass an array of strings. Oh, it needs to be an IEnumerable. Yuck. Oh. Bum. Ugh. My neck is going crack-a-lack, guys. I think what we may do tonight is we may just see if we can get this option stuff working, and then we might call it. Because we have streamed 3 hours, which was more than I had intended already. But that's sometimes how it goes, you know? As long as we're having a good time together, right? I don't know. Bum. Okay. I hate that we have to use an IEnumerable here. I think they're generally not great. But whatever. Public IEnumerable string, not aliases, questions. Actually, questions. Option. Q. Is there a min? There is a min. Yes, here we go. Question. Required equals true. And we can say min equals 2. Max equals 5. I just want to look at that. Oh, this may have to be an option. This might have to be an option list. Hold on, does option list exist? Option list does not exist. Okay, this may work. It might not. Option. I'm sorry, let's do this. Public int duration. Get that. That's fine. Option D for duration. D. Duration. We probably actually do want to feed in broadcaster ID as well, don't we? As an optional one. Broadcaster ID. Minimum duration required equals true. Yeah, we'll force them to put it. Min is 60. Max is there a maximum duration here? Let's take a look. I know the maximum that they give you is 10 minutes in the web page. New poll. Let's just see. Yeah, maximum is 10 minutes. You know what? That's fine. Let's just say that the maximum is 600. Wait, is there an option to just pass in a default value here? The max... Oh, sweet. Okay. Default is 60. Excellent. And then int... public int... channel points, I guess. Bum bum ba da bum ba ba da ba ba ba. Get that option. C. Actually, you know what? No, we're gonna do P for points. Required, and this one, it doesn't need to be true. This one can be false because we've set a default duration there. Required equals false. Oh, we can put help text on each of these. That's kind of cool. Min is 100, I guess. Actually, I don't know. Does it let you at lower than 100? Manage poll. New poll. Actually, no, a better idea is just check the docs. Let's see if it says anything for polls. Okay. I don't see anything, so we'll set the minimum to be 100, I guess. Actually, no, it can be less than that. Minimum just needs to be 1. If you set it, right? Which is fine. It's not like it's a real problem or anything. Bum, 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 bum. Hey Stella, how are you doing tonight? How's everything going? It's been going okay. We've been making some progress. Code might be gross, but you know what? That's how things start off sometimes, depending on how you write software, I suppose. I'm fine with starting things, you know, with them being messy and then cleaning up as we go. How are you doing today? And thank you for the stretch and hydrate. My throat is getting a bit sore from all the talking. And my My muscles are all knotted up. That's how it goes sometimes. Ugh. Let's stretch up. Up to the sky. Way up high. Having food? Nice. What are you having? Been lurking for a while now? Well, I thank you for the lurk. I hope you've been enjoying it. Yeah, let's stretch to the side. Ugh. And let's stretch to the other side. And let's stretch forward. Gotta get going. It has been fun. Well, thank you for stopping by and hanging out there, Codeneko. I hope you have a good one. And let's stretch the left arm over the body. And let's stretch the right arm over the body. And let's rotate those shoulders. Oh, actually, yeah. 1, 2, 3. And let's rotate the neck. 1, 2, 3. And let's shake out those legs. Do 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 do. 1, 2, 3. And then let's hydrate. All right. Stretch complete. Hydrate complete. Turn into a kitty cat not complete. Let's do that. And 1 and 2 and poof. Yay, I've got cat ears. Let's go. All right. So we have that. I'm just thinking, do we want to force channel points to have a value? Like public, bool, use channel points. Can't set option. Yeah, let's just make, it can be you. Use channel points. Required equals false. Default equals false. And this one technically could be nullable. We could say it's nullable. Required equals false. We don't need to set a min. Default equals null. This needs to be a proper string and not a character. Be going back to working so I can fully eat before the cat jumps on you? Well, I hope that you enjoy your meal there, Stella. Being watched. But no, thank you for stopping by. And let's do public, int, nullable, broad, master, ID, get, set. Are we using B? We are not. Option. B. Broad, caster, ID. Oh, and thank you for the gender bend transformation there, Wire. 1 second, I will do that for you. I guess I need to be a pretty cat girl now. You know what? If that's what the people want from me, to be a pretty cat girl, who am I to deny them, right? Avatar selection. 1, 2, 3. There we go. Poof. Oh no, wrong one. Sorry. I lost the cat ears. Let's fix that. There we go. There you go. Okay. Broadcaster ID. Again, that needs to be a proper string. I don't know why I keep doing the characters. Very cute. Well, thank you. Thank you. You know, sometimes you just want to be a cute cat girl, right? Required equals false. Default equals null. There, so we have all of these. This hypothetically should work. It can't be null, though. It's going to yell at us if it's not null. So now let's see how we set this up. Back to our verbs. How do we declare this? Parser. Alright. I don't quite understand how this works, but we'll figure it out. Parser dot default dot parse arguments TwitchQuickPoll create option. What does it not like there? Parser dot, what is the, it says it exists. Why is it complaining that default doesn't exist? Command line parser. Come on, guys, look at this. It says default exists. Dot parse arguments. It thinks parse arguments exist. Maybe Visual Studio is just being dumb. Args. And where do I get these values? Where do they come back? A parser result. Hold on. Var result, or parse result. Let's see what parse result gives us. Parse arguments. Here we turn the parse verb into an exit code. Okay, so no, I actually want it to be parse result. Is that not what it's called? Parser result? Is that what are we returning here? It is parser result of this. Okay. Parser result. I'm assuming value is going to be the actual result. Where can I check the errors tag? Errors? Okay, so hypothetically, if we go if parse result dot errors dot any, then console dot write line. Actually, you know what? Let's do this. Can I console dot write line? No, better idea. For each string error, I assume they're coming back as a string. No, they're coming back as an error. All right. Var error. There you go. Parse result in parse result dot errors. Console dot write line. Error dot toString. Okay, let's see what happens if we do this. Let's just run this with what we have, because we're not going to pass any values into it. Okay. It's going to yell at us. Scalar option specifications do not support range specification. What does that mean? Hold on. Let's see. What does that mean? Min value for the max property is 1. Okay. Am I gonna have to do this? Hold on, we're gonna do this slightly differently. just because it'll make it easier to figure out where the problem's coming from. 12. Let's comment out everything that's not the title. We'll just slowly add these in, and then we can figure out what we're doing wrong with building these options. Again, I may completely be misunderstanding how this works, but we'll find out. Oh, pre-roll's on, that's fine. Run. F10. There should be a result. There are results. And what does the result say? Required option T title is missing. Oh, cool, and you can actually feed this in. So, we probably should write help messages for all of this stuff. This makes life very nice. I don't know where this TwitchQuickPoll 1.0 copyright TwitchQuickPoll is coming from, but sure. Maybe it's just building that from some properties. Oh, and let's mark these as complete because they are done. Okay, this is fine. Let's kill that. Let's go into here and let's go comma help equals the title of your poll. And also, hold on. Do we have... I can probably just check it from the front end. Manage poll. Manage poll, yes. New poll. There doesn't seem to... Oh, what is the maximum length? You must provide a question, obviously. Can it be spaces? You can technically run a poll with spaces. Twitch poll question max length. Let's see if somebody's actually written down, so I don't need a 60 character limit for the title. All right. And let's set this to min equals 1, max equals 60. Help text, the title of your poll. And I suspect that this I enumerable isn't going to work, but let's see. Ugh. So many stuff and things. So if I go and I run this now, program. And to be fair, we will have to write some README files later to be like, hey, this is how you actually set this up on the Twitch side of things. Scalar option specifications do not support range. Okay, so it is option that's blowing up on us. That's fine. We will take a quick peek at that. Command line parser. List option. Parsing options that use array. Okay, what if I just get rid of max and min there and see what happens? Because it might be that. And actually we can get rid of this default duration because, well, we will be able to, because it will come in from our parameter by default, which is fun. What if we say this? F10. Scalar option specifications do not support the range. So what is it supposed to be? Is it an array? What is it supposed to be? Using command line parser to specify multiple inputs of the same type. Well, it seems to say that we can do that. Am I doing something weird? Is anybody seeing anything odd that I am doing here? Pull crate option. F12. Option. It's an enumerable of strings. Can I not mark it as required? I can't imagine that that's what the problem is, but let's see. I'm sure I'm doing something dumb here. Okay, let's command line parser. What do we have? Guard against scalar with range. Okay, let's see what that's doing. Spec, if the type is a scalar and the min is just and the max is just. I don't know what they're saying there. But, multiple options. Support multiple occurrences of an option. With an I enumerable. Well, it seems to say that that's how you do it. I'm very confused. What am I missing here? I must be missing something obvious. Okay, what if I just say that's literally... Hold on. What if I just say, hey, it's Q? Does this let me... So there's something in how we're building this I enumerable that it just does not like, and I don't understand what. Mainly because I've never used command line parser before. Is just. Unless, is it? Hold on. No, it is actually crashing. Okay. It's not just that it's parsing. Is this an extension in here? Is just? No. Specification. Command line parser is just. Command line parser, I enumerable. Dictionaries aren't supported, that's fine. Public I enumerable. Do I have to set it? Hold on. Do I just have to set it as an I enumerable? I don't have to give it a type? No, that doesn't work. What do we have going on here, huh? Command line parser option, I enumerable. Doesn't seem to work at all. Oh, that's not what they want. This is like they want to pass a dictionary, and it's like, not really. Wait, what if I just say it's a list? Can I just tell them it's a list? List string. F5. Scalar option specifications do not support range specification. What? What does that mean though? Command line parser. There's this specification guard thing here. Sorry, let's kill that. No. Stop. That, you know, has this check against range, which I assume is what we're triggering. The target type is a scalar. Min is just, or max is just. So we want both of them to be true. Can I search in here? Is just. Fine, we found 9 wikis. What is this giving us? This maybe? I don't know. I don't know what we're seeing here. Like, it seems like we're on the right track. It's just whatever this issue is. Once we resolve it, all the other ones should, I wish it would tell me what triggered this error. Command line parser. Option with multiple values is what I want. The same switch flag multiple times. Check the official fiddle here. For I enumerable usage. Let's take a look. .NET Fiddle and Together.js. I think that probably once we figure this out, we will be calling it a day. But, you know, that's how it goes sometimes. What is this? Value is 0. Okay, what if we just... What? I'm very confused as to what we're doing in this example. Props are 0. There's gotta be something. We have to say it's required? Is that what we're missing? No. We were saying it was required. Okay, C T Q enumerable appears to be how we're supposed to do it. What if I just say it's an option? What if I say, hey, I don't care about anything else? This is just an option. Does it blow up? I suspect it will. I suspect it'll be unhappy, but because we haven't defined anything about that option. Oh, let's see what happens. And let's put a breakpoint here by parser. Go. Do not support range specification. What am I doing that it does not like here? We have to find the verb for create. We've defined title. Everywhere I'm seeing is saying that this option should just be an IEnumerable. And line parser trying IEnumerable option crashes. Even effects.net compile. Okay, command line parser IEnumerable. Let's see if we can get something from this. Oh, and I guess I can kill this because we're not doing anything with it. Oh, neat. That's fun. What the heck? Very strange. Stack Overflow. Let's go into the more options from Stack Overflow. No, I'm not seeing anything here. This is what I get for using a bunch of libraries that I've never used before, I suppose. But public type name. Use options. Read required. Oh, do I have to explicitly define a separator? No, separator should just be a space. Where do we get multiple parameters from command line? Command line parser. IEnumerable crashes on startup. No. IEnumerable. Using IEnumerable for option is always required. Hold on, let's look at their pull requests. Maybe there's something in here. IEnumerable. Better error message for missing value arguments. And what is it saying? Does this need to be... Hold on, what options do we have here? Properties. I just don't know what we're seeing here. Because everything I'm seeing is saying that this is how you do it. So there must be something obvious I'm missing, or something hidden I'm missing. You know, let's just yank out anything that's not just open or as a PR, just anything in the pull request. Why am I searching in pull requests? Search in issues, genius. There we go, I can speak. Multi-instance option not supported. Oh, do I need to set arg1, arg2? Nope, that doesn't seem to be what I want, although we may need to set that later. You know what? Better idea. Better idea. Let's get our values back here. I don't want it to be IEnumerable, but I just want it to work, and everyone's saying IEnumerable is the way it works. Okay, F10. Scalar option specifications do not support range. Let's search for that in issues and see if somebody is saying, hey. Well, there is a open issue from November 2nd, 2023. There's no min and boy, I haven't said that. Do I have to explicitly rip it out even though it's not? There's no way that this is like parsing it anyway, right? That'd be insane. You know what, let's fix that. Let's go tools, options, debugging, automatically close when debugging stop. Alright. Tools, options, debugging. And then it's just an option under debugging. Automatically close when debugging stops. There. That's better. F5. Nope, it still doesn't like that. Okay, so that was not the problem. The problem wasn't that it was, for some reason, reading this and saying that we need a value here. Required equals true. We need at least one instance of it, and then we could just say, hey, if you don't have two. What am I missing? There's no way that it's just in title, right? There's no way that that's what the problem is. Is there? Really? Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Why can I not set a max and a min length on that, though? Okay. And for the moment, we'll just return here. Bail out. Okay, so now at least I know that the problem isn't, command line parser, string, min, and max length. Getting started. Min or... But I mean, this is a string. Why does this not work? If you omit min and max, all available values will be captured by the sequence. Oh, I get it. The min and the max values are just for I enumerable, I bet. Hold on. Required equals true, and if I throw a min and max in here, it will be fine, I think. This is what happens when you go down the wrong path in the rabbit hole, you know? You're just looking at something, you're like, why is this not working? And then you're like, oh, I'm not looking at the right thing. That does it sometimes, you know? Okay, so we got some parsing, some error results. And what do we actually get here? Command line. Oh, so I don't even need that. It'll just... Wait, what did it tell me? Sorry, what was it telling me there? When it was parsing it. F10. It was saying, hey, we're missing title. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, let's exit out of that. So I actually don't need to parse this. I just say if there's errors, we're going to return. There. So we've got that going for us. Is there something we can set as a parameter here, though? Meta value? Command line parser, length of a string. Okay. Because I would like to say, hey, you know what? The, checking the length. No, that's just a regular argument. That's not... Okay, I mean, duration this should be fine. All of these should be fine. Well, maybe not broadcast. Well, broadcast ID isn't in. Let's see if we just throw this in. Will it build? Will it run and then fail because it doesn't have anything? Scalar option specifications do not. Hold on, where is it? Can I not set the value for the int either? Oh, fine. I bet that's what the problem is. Okay, let's run this again. This is cool though, I like this. Errors, there should be a bunch of errors. And it says, hey, we need title. We need question. We need our duration. We need our use channel points. We need points. We need the well, we don't actually need points or broadcaster ID. But that's not terrible. It's just I would love to tie some of these into command parser, additional option validation. Custom validation or error message during options parsing. Looks like a dupe of 146. What's 146? Okay. Yeah, that's not terrible. That's not terrible. These guys are arguing about it. Oh, hey, we did talk about that last in 2019, and then there was really nothing. And then 2023 in September, somebody's like, "Hey, any discussion about this?" Custom type can be initialized by primitives. What are we doing? Huh. I'm surprised that you can't, like, max and min there feel like it should be a thing. You know? It feels like you should be able to validate any type. Well, maybe not any type with that, but a string you should be able to validate with that. An int you should be able to validate. Like for a string, the max is 1, or max is 0, min is 0, min is 1, max is 5, right? Check the length of it. It's not that crazy. But that doesn't seem to be a thing that it allows. Validate int value. Am I gonna have to stuff Fluent Validation in a console app? Can I do that? Creating my validator, validating objects with Fluent Validation. Yeah, we can do that. All right, that's fine. Let's make a note of make a note for myself here to say, hey, use Fluent Validation. To do Fluent Validation on the create. I think there must be a way to check what comes back though. Let's see, because we have... What comes back if I do this? Because I can pass multiple things back. Right? So if I make a Twitch, if I make a dumb little... Where is it? Not that one. Quick poll options, sorry. If I make a dumb little public class Twitch quick poll I don't know, retrieve get, yeah, I'll say get option, right? And then go public string poll, actually int poll ID can set. Yeah, give me the whole thing, thank you. Option. I don't know. Get. Or sorry, ID is I. ID, right? So if we do this, we end that, then we go back here to our program and we say, hey, I want to pass this into. And then I say, pass this in. Okay, so I'm doing that wrong. I will have to look how you pass in different option results at some point, but that might be for a different day. So you know what? Instead, we're gonna finish this up by adding some help messages here. Note, whatever. I probably should also make summaries for these, shouldn't I? The title of the poll to be created on Twitch. And can I make this just a list instead of a non-enumerable list? We'll see if it allows us to do that. A list of questions to be populated into the poll on Twitch. The duration that the poll should run for. And we don't need to say on Twitch. The title of the poll to be created. Questions for the created poll. If channel points can be redeemed for additional votes. The cost of additional votes if points can be redeemed for additional votes, and the broadcaster ID if to overwrite the default user broadcaster ID with the ID of a different broadcaster. I don't know, that makes sense. And then we're gonna write some help text up here. Help text. A question for the poll. Help text. The duration that the poll should run for. Actually, you know what? Here, we're gonna specify this in our help text. Minimum value 1, maximum value 60. Bow. Ooh. Okay. Okay. Question for the poll. Minimum value 2, maximum value 60. Duration that the poll should run for. Minimum, I can spell, value 60. I don't know what the maximum value is. We'll just say maximum value 600. Okay. And these should be Help text equals if channel points, can channel point be redeemed for additional votes in the poll? And help text, how many channel points does an additional vote cost? And help text, run the poll for a broadcaster who is not the owner of the access token. There. So if we run this now, I'm probably gonna think about this and then be like, well, we've done some dumb things here, but so if we look at this, title required, title of your poll, question required, duration is not required, but we do have a default. Default is false. Points. Yeah, I think that looks good. And we haven't set up everything, but that's fine. We can play around with this in the future, I think. I think we can. Yes, I think we are going to wrap up shortly for tonight. You know, I hope everybody is okay with that. But just thinking, I suppose we could pass in our keys here as well. But you know, you're sticking that in multiple places, so I don't know if we necessarily want that. Fluent validation on Twitter. Yeah, quick poll create option. Clean this up later, build it better. That's how it goes. I mean, hey, we might as well validate everything before we do anything else, right? Use fluent validation on this. I should just leave a link to myself. Nah, we can do that later. Again, we're gonna have to move things around. This is gonna be a whole thing, but we will pretty it up and wait, why are we doing this here? Broadcast ID is null. Throw it out. So we set that to be broadcast ID. We've just gotten it. Why am I checking if broadcast ID is null here? Hold on, sorry, I'm just seeing this. I need to... This is... Broadcast ID is null, and then we set it, and then we're checking it again. I don't think we need to check it again. We should just say, hey, else. No, let's just do this here. This doesn't need to be here. This if statement is redundant, I think. Instead, let's set our poll broadcast ID, now that we've got that back, to be this. Broadcast ID may be null here. It's not. Can I just do this? Oh, I can. Cool. That's fun. I've never really used the exclamation mark up until now. It's just like, I guess we're gonna have to deal with that. Okay. So we will tweak a bunch of this later and split this out and all of those things. But for now, I think we're gonna check this in. We're going to possibly call it a night, and we have to think about who we're gonna raid tonight. Does anybody have any strong opinions on that? Should we just raid somebody who's playing a game and doing some chill? Should we take a look and see if anybody is writing software? You know? What are we thinking here? What are we thinking? I just don't know. But if you guys have some thoughts on the matter, we can possibly take a look at that. Let's check this in. Oh, well, I can delete this because this is more... I was describing this, so this doesn't actually need to get checked in for the moment. There we go. Let's get rid of that. And program. That's nice, though. I like that. I'm going to have to start using this in more places. Assuming I'm doing this right, of course, which is always a possibility that I'm not. Oh, and I can get rid of this because we're not using this. Let's go back to our poll options. Let's purge this class because we're not using it yet. Wait. Okay. Maybe we'll see if there's another VTuber that's doing some software development tonight. Let's go fix, added. Oh, and let's move that in here. Fix, added. Command line parser library to handle our parameter inputs. Not fix really, it's just we did this. I'm not opening issues right now, so let's not put anything like that down. Command line parser library to handle our parameter input and provide a response? I don't know what I want. What words do I want here? Provide a handle our parameter inputs and provide a nicely formatted user response. Let's go with that. Commit and push. There. There we go. Do. Yeah. Sure. There. That's been checked in. Did I come in at the end? I'm sorry, Bells. I'm sorry. Yeah, you kinda did. My favorite song? It's how it goes. It's how it goes. It's okay. You know, the VOD, I will queue that up. It'll come up next week, and we'll be doing this again. This was fun. We were making some good progress on this. And yeah, you know, again, the code is still very, very rough, but that's sometimes how I write things. Thank you for the stream. Well, thank you for stopping by and hanging out, Navy. I hope everybody was having a good time today, even if my code has been very sloppy. But you know what? That's fine. We will be improving this as we go. You don't have to, it doesn't have to be beautiful on the first pass. Cobalt Gigabrain. Well, I hope you guys can learn a little something from this. Sloppy code equals good code. I'm not sure that's true. But you know, we will definitely improve this. We will probably end up writing some unit tests. I am gonna want to have the pipeline run some tests and build a deployment package for this so you can go and grab it from releases. We will make progress. This is something that I am planning on using, so I actually do have to write the code for it, you know? I feel smarter already. Well, I am glad. I am so glad, Bells. So, you guys, I guess a question for tonight, because we are going to raid out, is what are you guys all in the mood for tonight? Should we should we find somebody who's doing software development? Should we find somebody who is doing a game? What are you in the mood for? Dirty is fine. First requirement is functional. Absolutely. You know, make it work, make it fast, make it pretty, right? That's the order you're supposed to do things. So the fact that we have this, hey, grab your poll options from the console first, that's not a problem in the long term. As long as we get rid of that. But no, I hope everybody had a good one. I don't think we'll be doing a software development Saturday next week, but probably the week after. If you guys want to keep track of that, I do post my schedules in the Discord, and I do post them on my Twitter as well. So, if you want to stay in the loop, that's the best way. Or I guess follow me, if you're not following me. But, yes, we will keep working at this, and eventually we will have something that works. And then once it works, I get to be like, hey guys, if you want to use this, you can. I made it. I made it for you. Well, mostly for me, but also for you. But yes, before we go, congratulations to Eccentric for the first, to Will for the second, and to Liar for the third. Also, thank you again to Wooty for the raid. And let's see what people are doing tonight, shall we? I'm just going to mute the desktop audio, of which we don't have any because my background music has run out. Thank you for the stream. Well, thank you for stopping by. I always appreciate it. I hope everybody had a good time today. You know, it was my first time doing the software development stream. I hope it was fun. And if not, well, message me and say, listen, Cobalt, you need to improve on this. Who is doing what? Let's see if there's any VTubers doing software development. Software and game development. And let's do VTuber. What do we have? We have some people making games. Let's see what they're doing. What's this person doing? Oh, I think they might be done. Yeah, you know what? I think they're just starting. Oh, no, they're done. Never mind. Okay, that's fine. What do we have? Making a... Now, let's see what this person's doing. Unlucky, I know, right? It's how it goes sometimes. What can you say? This person is not around. Guys, we might not be able to raid somebody who's writing software right now. I'm sorry. Will you guys be okay with that? If we don't raid somebody who is also writing software. Oh my goodness. Actually, I should save that for myself. I'm gonna save my pinned message for when we do our next software development stream. Go wherever I want. Okay. Maybe raid this Cobalt VT fellow. Heard they were doing some good streams. Yeah. I think so, right? I think so. Also, how did the time today work for everybody? I know it was a little bit of a weird time for my streams to start, but hopefully it worked out okay. Notepad. Let's just throw this over here. I recommend that as well. Because, yeah, this was like, it was a nice kind of afternoon, early evening thing. Oh my goodness, it has gotten late. I did not think it was going to get this late. You know what? How about we raid Professor Nintendo tonight? Was good for me. I was just, timing was good, just busy cleaning. That's fair. I think this might be the time that we do our software development streams going forward. Again, there is always a lot going on with me, so this might be a little bit wibbly in terms of time consistency, but we will see how things go. Yeah, I think we're gonna raid Professor tonight. Haven't raided him in a while, so how about we do that? He's playing some Mega Man 8. That sounds like fun. Let's do that. As always, guys, we do have some raid messages. If you have the sub emotes, please feel free to use this one. And if not, please feel free to use this one. And then I'm gonna have to go find myself something to eat. I did not think it would be as late as it was. I'm like, I'll have something. I might make myself some French fries. You know, a nice, healthy meal for a functional adult. I don't know. I'll have to see what I have around. But yeah, I've gotta eat, and then I've gotta get a few things sorted out for the rest of the weekend. You know, I wanna get my VODs queued up so that they will get posted. I need to make some more shorts. It's that streamer grind, guys. It's so brutal. But no, thank you for coming, everybody. I hope you all had a great time. I know I did. I hope you all have a good evening, a good afternoon, a good morning, whatever time it is where you are. And, well, I hope to see you next time. All right, everybody. Bye-bye for now.